What's up YouTube, it's your dog Buggy Okran and we back with another video. Today we're going to be mixing another Afrobeat song and the artist that we're working with is Massaeli. So I'm going to be going into the Pro Tools session and showing y'all the entire process of how we got the song from sounding like this.
Corner. Oh yeah. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on it.
To sounding like this.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on it forward. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh.
So with that being said, let's get to it. Yeah. So here's our session. Like I said, the artist that we're working with is Massaeli and the record is called Do or Die. It's not out yet. It's unreleased at the time that I'm working on this. But I'm be breaking out this entire mix. We're going to be mixing this entire record. We have everything set up and everything routed to its right tracks already. Like we usually do, I'm going to start off with getting the drums and everything sounding right. And then once we do that, we're going to bring in the music. So let's get it.
Corner. Oh yeah. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on it forward. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do or die. Yeah. My baby when they multiply. Yo, I they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. She chop banana.
All right, bet. So that's a little sample of the song that we're gonna be working on. I like how it sounds so far, meaning like I like the elements that are included. Obviously, from listening to this, there's a couple things that we definitely have to do. One, these are the raw stems, so we're definitely gonna have to make these drums hit a little bit harder. We're definitely gonna have to make this feel like an Afrobeat record. It has 808s and a lot of percussion, so we gotta bring all of those percussions to life for sure. And then the vocals, we definitely gotta amp them up, bring them to life, and make them sound luscious and big. Add the Afrobeat reverbs and everything to make it feel like a vibe. I think the instruments as well too, I'm gonna add like some reverb and everything to the instruments just because I feel like this song just from first listen gives me that. It's making me imagine feeling like being on like a island in like the nighttime. It gives me that type of vibe, you feel me? So I want to make it sonically sound like what I'm seeing. With that being said, we're gonna go through what we usually do. Start off with the drums and then make that sound right and then bring in the vocals. Let's get to it. First thing we're gonna do is we have to check the gain staging. So let's start off right here. I'm gonna go to this part. I don't have nothing arranged in terms of hook. I just know exactly where the hook is already. Oh, another thing that I do have that I did before I set up the session is on the clip gain line. I actually was watching a couple videos from like Jason Joshua and I seen how like he kind of like side changed his 808. I personally don't sidechain my 808 at all, but I seen how he was like automatically sidechaining his 808, so when the kick hits, 808 is ducking out a little bit. So it's something that I added into this mix. I've never tried it before, so we're gonna see how it sounds for this mix. I don't know if it's gonna work or not, but we're gonna try it out for this mix. So I have like a manual built-in sidechain for this beat, especially when it just for when the 808s come in. So that's in there, just so y'all know. But with that being said, let's get to it. Take this clip gain line off and let's see what the kick is saying at. We do have ozone up here. Boom. I'm gonna get a look at these volume. Let's get a look at this volume real quick. See what level we are hitting on. Okay, so right now we are hitting on about 5.9. Okay, that's decent. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I don't want this record to be too low, but I don't want it to be too high too. We're not gonna even gain stage too much. Only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn everything down by like maybe 1 dB. Let's see. So I want my kick to start around like -7, -8. Then once we start boosting stuff with volume, we'll be straight. Let's see. You know what? Let's get a little bit more volume down. Trust me, we'll gain stage all the volume back in once I get all the kicks and the 808 set up. We'll get all that volume right back. I just want to have a good starting point. Okay, I think this should be valid. Yep, like at -8 right now at the moment. All right, so we can start with this kick. Let's get this kick sounding good. I bet. So this kick is pretty punchy. So we're gonna keep this kick pretty punchy, and we're just gonna make it sound honestly just more punchy. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna EQ this kick. Let's get this kick sounding right tonally. So we're gonna shelf this. Just a little bit too much bottom end on like under 30. Then we're hearing some like door mud in this area. Yep. So I never really, I mean, this is a little bit of that attack when it comes to a kick, but sometimes you gotta tame it because it sounds too wolfy. Like, not wolfy, but like, it sounds too clicky. I don't like clicky sounding kick, especially for this record. All right, so we listen to what we're doing for the kick. And really not doing too much, just literally getting a little bit of that thump under control. You feel me? It's a very heavy kick. So after that, we're gonna use a CLA 2A just to get this sounding right. We don't want it to hit too hard. All right, let me definitely turn this down so I can see why it's clipping. It's fine. I bet. Let's see. Let's get like 1 dB on this. We don't need anything more than that. I like that. Gave us a little bit more of that bottom end, a little bit more roundness, and a little bit more oomph to the kick. Yeah, I like that. Next we're gonna add like a little bit of distortion to the kick. Try that. Like I said, every time I mix, if y'all notice, I don't do the same thing. I know everybody has like a formula for how they mix. Me, I just really go off based on the song, based on the record, and based on like what I'm going after for the song. So sometimes I might mix a kick one way, and another time I might mix a kick another way. Feel me? It's like it just really depends on what you're going after, and at the end, you just want to achieve what you're desiring for the song to sound like. So with that being said, let's get to it though. Add a little bit more punch to this. I like that. All right, so let's see without everything that we added real quick. See, it feels way more covered without everything that we added. And now it's controlled and punching. I think we could still make this a little bit more punchier. So I'm gonna use another API type punchy kick. Yeah, let's make this way punchier and controlled. We're just gonna loop this part up for real. Gonna loop this part up and fix it. We get like 3 dB. I don't want to kill the transients too much on this kick. I do want to compress one more time just to fit it into the mix, but we'll see. It's punching now like crazy. This is it before everything and with everything. I like that. So I'm gonna use an R compressor just to, let's see, just to tame it and fit it into the beat a little more. I think it's some frequencies that we can still get out of there though. I think it's some frequencies that are still too, it's causing too much noise. All right, so let's check everything one more time. Way better, way punchier kick, but let's see where we getting in terms of volume. I don't want to be getting too loud in terms of volume. Okay, it seems like we lost a little bit of volume. All right, so we lost a little bit of volume, which is a good thing. But we lost a little volume, but the sound became a little bit punchier. So look, without everything, we had like -9. All over the place. Control kick, you know what I'm saying? Pull back on this attack a little bit. That's valid. All right, bet. And it's something that I'm gonna be trying that's new. I haven't done this in my previous mixes. I actually haven't used this plugin a lot anyway, but I'm actually trying out the free trial right now just to see if I like this plugin. So it's something that we're gonna be using that I've been seeing people use a lot in their videos. It's called the Go clip. So I'm gonna use it just to be trying to like cut off the top and get a little bit more volume out of the kick. So let's see how this sounds. Still trying to see, we're still trying to gain stage right. That sounds good though. Very punchy. All right, so we're getting to like 10.9. Turn this up a little bit just so we can get a little bit more volume. Too much volume. Trying to turn this up a little bit. It's not letting me. Oh, there we go. Too much volume. That's valid right there. I bet. So let's see. I'm gonna go to this drum bus, and honestly, I'm gonna mute these two. Just because I feel like these two, the kicks was hitting a little too hard. It's a little better. All right, bet. Let's see what we get in terms of volume again. Still around like 10. I want to get like a little, I want to get like 2 or 3 dB higher. So let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this up right here. And one thing I'm noticing is that this kick is actually, hold on, let me see. Let's kick straight. It's coming out the middle, it's good. All right, baby, we got a little more volume out of that kick. Mute these. Matter of fact, let me A and B this NLS bus just to see if they added too much punch. Yes, added too much. Yeah, we're gonna keep it without it. Let me see, we at 8. I bet I'm gonna add this 808 in there because we're gonna get more volume with this 808. And we'll see where we are level wise. But with that being said, let's get to the 808. See without it. Way more punch. All right, so this 808 is going to this all sub bus. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be processing it not on this 808, but I'm gonna process it on this sub bus that we have here because it's going through this little NLS bus chain. So I want to process it after it hits that NLS bus chain, but we're still mixing the 808. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add some RBass. I made a big difference already. It gave a lot of that low end punch. One thing I think I'm gonna try doing is just rolling off a little bit of high end off of this kick, just because I feel like the highs is a little bit too much. It's literally like, I actually hear it. It's literally like in this area. Gonna leave it. All right, so the first thing I'm gonna do is add this RBass, and then I want to add, like I said, I like how this red 17 sounds. See without it. Let's add this CLA 2A. What we're trying to get is like just 1 dB, honestly. And it's just to glue the tail of the 808. So like bring everything more consistent in terms of volume. Something is making this a little too punchy. Let's see. Not this. See. It's not this. It might be an API. So let's see if we could go down on the threshold a little bit. Nah, but I like how controlled it is. Although it's too tight, pause, I like how controlled it is. All right, now let's listen to this without this clip gain, just to see if the clip gain effects that I added is making it a little bit worse. Clip gain bypass. All right, I like how it sounds without the clip gain. Let's see with it bypass back on. Let's add some saturation to this bass line. So let's see the bass without everything I added. It's good, it's hitting, but now it's way more in your face. I think for some reason I don't, although you're gonna get more volume, I don't like the side chaining pumping kind of effect, so I'm gonna bypass it for now. If we feel like we need it later on in the record, I feel like I need a little bit more loudness or I need a little bit more cut through for the kick and 808, I'll bring it back. For right now, not liking how it sounds, so I'm gonna take it out. I like that. Turn this kick down a little bit. All right, bet we're just gonna add this lo-fi plug-in just to get a little bit more out of the kick. And what we're just doing is just literally the distortion by just one. Instead of this go clip, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this go clip here to after the before the compression. But instead of this go clip, I want to try smack attack, boom, and just let's add a little bit more transient with the attack and the sustain. And let's see what is better. All right. Yep, I think the smack attack is a little bit more clean as opposed to like the go kick to get that snappiness. Losing a little bit too much of that transient, so I'm pull back on that compressor. I bet. I like that. So now we could go and EQ. I like where the 808 is, the area that it is, but I just want to EQ it just to get a little bit more separation between the kick and the 808. I actually like that area. It just gives a little bit more. It's just a nice tone, so we're gonna keep that. We can get rid of this. All right, so far without everything, hold up, including this. So without everything, this is how it sounds. Muffled, not enough dynamics, not enough separation. And then with everything back. And I'm gonna compress this 808 just to keep it tamed a little bit. All right, bet. So I'm gonna check these. I'm gonna check the 808 and the kick through the speakers just to make sure they're hitting right and it's just not, I'm not being fooled by my headphones real quick. So we're gonna listen to that, check that, and then we're gonna get into the rest of the instruments real quick. So let's do that. All right, so I like where the kick and the bass are sitting now. We'll make changes to it after if you feel like we don't like where it's sitting. But so far, honestly, that is good. I like where it's sounding. Let's go ahead and add. Let's go ahead and add the rim. Everything is nice and controlled. Matter of fact, before we go on to the rim, we just have to make sure that our gain is valid. Everything is still a little bit too dynamic, meaning the volume is changing a little bit too much. So look, we might have to engage that side chain again because we're getting like to like 4 dB. Yeah, and that's a little too loud. So let's see with this bypass. Let's see how it sounds. I bet. We're gonna try to control this volume a little bit. I'm gonna go to this all drum and bass, and we are going to let me see if I want to go clip this just to keep the volume intact. So right now we're hitting around like -6, and then over there it gets a little louder. So I'm gonna just keep it at 6. So we should be good in terms of volume. We shouldn't be passing over 6, but we should still be getting that punchiness. And the clipper is not doing too much to where we're getting too much distortion. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. 808 is hitting. If we feel like we need to turn on the 808, we will later. But right now, I feel like it's good. Let's add this rim. First thing we're going to do is EQ some of this pain frequency out of there. So I think this rim is kind of like slightly moved to the right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna split this into mono real quick and just make sure I want that coming straight out the middle. Make this inactive, and then we're gonna try this here. Let me just mute this for now, just to make sure. And I'm pretty sure we're using 3 dB when we do that. So let's add that back in. Yeah, I think that's better. Let me add that here. The snare might just be slightly hitting a little loud. Let me just dull it, slightly dull it a little bit. I like that. All right, now we're gonna add a little bit more body to this because I don't feel like it has enough body. add this RBass to this drum bus. Leave it off for now. I like the amount of body that we get. Let me make this wider though. Add this here. Let's just see if it sounds better in stereo. I feel like I lose something when I make it into mono, so we're just gonna leave that here. I like that. Let's add this shaker in here. No, before we even do that, let's compress this. See how we doing on volume. We're just getting 1.5 dB of clipping, which is valid. It's not too much. Turn this to hard. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. That sounds good. Sounding beefy. Pause. All right. So I think this compression is good. I don't want to change too much. I don't want to lose too much of that transient. See without it. All right, there's some frequencies in here that I do want to get out. That's better. It's hidden, but it's not too piercing. I feel like it was a little bit too piercing earlier, so we just had to get rid of this little area a little bit. Something about this kick is still killing me, frequency wise, so I'm gonna get it out there. It's like one frequency that I hear. much better. It's that little doo, doo, doo. It's like, it kind of like sounds like a little note, and it was actually pissing me off. Look. Yeah, that I gotta get out of there. And I feel like the kick is way cleaner now. Yes. All right, let's listen to that again. We're gonna get all the drums in first, then we're gonna go to the main sound and we're gonna tweak the vocal. Then we're gonna start adding in all the percussion and everything. So the first thing I think I gotta do with this is just tame everything. Let me add a decapitator first, just to bring some of the elements out. Like that. First of all, shout out to Massaeli for producing this as well as being on the song. Body this. This is super fire. This is very vibey. All right, I like this. Decapitator. What I think we're gonna do is we're going to add maybe like some multiband compression. I like using C4 as opposed to C6. It's just because it's like less here, it makes it less stuff on the interface. It kind of makes it like easier to use to me. You feel me? So I'm just gonna go with C6, but they both do the same thing anyway. Honestly, I'm just gonna leave that. Let's see if I change the master threshold, if that tightens it a little bit. That feels good. It feels like it's controlled. It's giving a little bit more movement. What we gonna do? Let's see. Before we start EQing some sounds, I just wanted to control it a little bit. Now we could get a little bit of the frequencies that we don't like out, and then we'll add some C4 to bring all of that out. Why did I just give it more life? I feel like that I didn't want to do that, but I feel like that just gave it more life. So let's see. Instead of doing that on this plugin, let me see. Maybe do we have a 300 boost on EQ10? We do not, but we do have it on this one. We do have it on this. So we're gonna boost around like 300. Is this peak? This is dip. Boom. That's adding a little bit of life to the shakers. It's making it feel a little bit real. So I'm gonna keep that. Let's see without it. I don't know if I like Oh, I forgot to take this out. All right, but I like that. So now let's get the frequencies that we don't like out. I don't want this to compete with the attack of the rim. So wherever the rim is living, we're gonna take that out from this shake. So the rim is living in like 4K and 9K in that area. So boom, that's what we're gonna do. In that 4K, 9K area, we're gonna just tame that a little bit. A little too dull. Let me try 4K. Yeah, in this area, gotta go. Yeah, and this area is much better. So now you can hear the transient, the hit of the rim poke out a little bit more. Take out a little bit more. Now let's compress the whole overall shaker just to get it in tuck to the beat. I actually don't like how this our compressor sounds, but I'm gonna try CLA 2A. I don't want to lose too much of the dynamics. I feel like that's what's giving the shakers life. So I might not even compress this. Yeah, the C4 and everything is compressing it enough. I like how it sounds like this. So we're gonna rock out with that. Let's see. What else do we have to do? Guitar loop. So for this record, we got like a lot of percussion. We're gonna tweak all that percussion. I don't know if I want to do that first before I do this guitar loop, because these are the main sounds to me. This was getting the song moving. You know what I'm saying? Right here, well, in this section. So let's see the main guitar loop. I bet. Yeah, let's work on this before we start bringing in all these other sounds. Let's work on that. Matter of fact, we do have other kicks. So let's work on the other kicks first. All right, let's make sure we get all the low end right first. I don't like to move on to sounds and everything until the low end is right. So let's see this kick that we have right here. It doesn't compete with the other sounds, so that's a good thing. It's right before the other sound, so we could just make this sound big in itself. Let's see. Let's meet this. We just could beef this up for let me see, Red 17. Let's beef this up. Yeah, I like that. Beef that up a little bit. This is gonna compete with the vocals as well as with high end information like the snares, the hi-hat. So we're gonna get that out of there. What plays at the same time? A lot of times we EQ stuff, but we don't check what plays at the same time. If it's not playing at the same time as other instruments, you don't have to EQ it out of it. For me, so the only thing that's playing around that time is the shakers. Obviously, besides from like the guitar loop and the vocals. So yeah, I gotta go. And right now, because we have the go clip on the all drum and bass part, I don't want to boost anything to the point where I start. Once I start hearing a little distortion, I know I'm hitting that clip a little too hard because 1.6 is good. We had like 6 dB in terms of volume, but 1.6 is good in terms of like volume wise, so we should be good. I think I want to distort this a little bit just to make certain parts come out. Decapitator might be the best for this. Yep, Decapitator, I like that. Let's try CLA2A. This when I get into like more of that production type. If I was producing the beat, if I was producing my own kick, this is how I make it sound. So this is where I get into more of that type of mixing. So let's see. Too much. All right, so let's see what we did to it. Boom. I don't want it to be that much high end. I want it to feel like the drums is hitting like boom, choo, boom, choo, and then boom, it hits low. You feel me? So I'm gonna roll off the high end just so it can stay at the bottom. Not unclear though. I don't want it to be washed. Gonna probably compress it a little bit more just so it don't move all over the place. Maybe add a C4 just to tame it under 60 a little bit. It's tame, so we're gonna tame it under 60. Nice controlled kick. That's how I want it to sound. All right, so over here it comes with the kick, and it's competing here. And like we know, the 808 is way more important than this kick. So I'm gonna let that live better. Let's see. I think we're gonna have to compress this a little bit more. It needs to be a tight ball. Let's go. Let's listen to it before. I like that. All right, now we have another kick. So that's kick 3. We got kick 2. Okay, it's very low kick. 2 different kicks. So this is a layer. Okay, I see what's going on. First one is a layer. It's the top end for this kick. Oh, this is the bottom end. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. So boom, what we're gonna do for this kick is we're just gonna control it. Just let it be strictly sub. Because this is basically a layer for this top end. Got it. So roll off all that top end. We're gonna control this. This can't move around too much. Let me try our compressor, honestly. Our compressor. I bet. So let's listen to that all together. Okay, we do have to control this hi-hat a little bit. It's going all over the place. Honestly, I think what I gotta do for it is not, we already have some multiband compression. All right, I like that. Let's get this guitar loop in there. Let's get this main guitar sounding good, and then we should be good at a good basis and a good starting point of the mix. A lot of low end, we got to EQ that out. Not F6 mono. Matter of fact, let me save this before I even do anything else. Let's save this. Low end gotta go. Let me make sure. Let's listen to this with the 808. I'm hating hearing this freaking little side chain out of the 808. I think this guitar is too down the middle as well too, so let's pan this. That creates a little more separation. And let's get a little bit more mud out of that bottom end. Add another F6. That's another reason why I gotta get Q3, just so I can have more cues. I really sometimes don't like having only 6 cues to do what I really want to do. Okay, so I like that so far. Do want to bring out some notes. Let's add a pre-tech just to bring this sound all together. All right, bet. So let's make this sound a little bigger. I feel like the sound it just feels too small. So let's add some reverb to it. I like that. Let's see what timing we're gonna use. We're not gonna use that same timing. 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 2. Let's say 315. Do a little bit more EQ just to get that mud out, that reverb added out the middle. Okay, are we clipping 6%? No way, right? No, we're not. I want it to feel a little bit more sheen, like it's losing attack a little bit, and I need it to have a little bit more attack. But let's clean up the mud first. Now I want it to be wide, but control wide. So either I'm gonna add like a Abbey Road vinyl type of sound or compress it a little bit. It seems like I'm processing a lot, but it's a specific sound that I'm trying to actually go after. That's the reason why I'm doing that. So let's try, I think CLA 2A might be. I love how CLA 2A sounds on guitar, so I'm gonna try that. And you notice, even though I may be adding a lot of plugins, no plugin is like, I don't have this pre-child doing 6 dB in compression. This is doing like 1. This compression is doing like 1. So it might seem like I'm using a lot of compression, but I'm only using like 1 dB, 2 dB. That's 2 dB of compression so far over the scale of 2 compressors. You feel me? Just because I like the sounds of each compressor, but you don't really need to have. I still can compress more. Sometimes people think, oh, I might be compressing this sound too much. It might feel a little squashed, but yes, if you're doing like 8 dB on one compressor or 8 dB on like 4 compression, 10 dB, it might be too much for that song, depending on that song. But for this record, I feel like I could compress this a little bit more. And like I said, I'm not doing too much compression with these 2 compressors. So it's good. Just want to keep everything controlled. Let's see what this compression is doing. Let's see, without everything I did, it's a whole different sound. Now with what I did. And it's like we lost volume, but overall, the sound feels bigger for me. So we can add that volume back in. Let's see if pan is gonna make it better. I bet. Let's get it. I like that. Let's see. So I have these parallel compression set up. Let's try to use that to bring that guitar up a little bit. I actually don't want to bring it up too much now because we didn't bring out the vocal yet. So I don't want to parallel compress it. You know what? Let's see. See if we can make this guitar a little bigger. Because it's a main sound. You feel me? Come on, don't freeze on me. Don't freeze on me. We're not going to use both of these. So let's see what this guitar parallel comp is doing. We're gonna mute it and turn it back on, see what it's doing. Give it that guitar way more life. Let me just turn out the parallel compression input a little bit. I bet. So I think that is valid. Let's see. Let's just create a little bit more. Let's check our volumes one more time, and then we're gonna create a little bit more separation between those elements. I want those 5 elements that I got right now. Let's see. All these kicks, rim, shaker, loop. I want this to sound amazing by itself before I start adding anything. So once these sound amazing, and I add the vocals and make the vocals sound amazing, everything is perfect. Then we can sit here and go ahead and add in all the other percussion elements, and then we'll have a good mix. You feel me? A good rubric for the mix, at least. So let's see where our levels is at right now. So we're at like 5. But the song is not too dynamic. That's good. I want to see how much we're clipping by. The ceiling's at 6. We're barely clipping anything. That's perfect. I bet. So now what I want to do is I want to add a little bit more brightness to that guitar, and then we're going to move on to the other instruments. I need it to stick out a little bit more. Might even make the reverb a little bit brighter. Let me remember this though, because I don't want to forget it. 750. Let's see. That's good. All right. One thing I do feel like, the 808 is getting a little bit clipped too much by this soft clipper that we have on this gold clip. Let's see if we could pull back on this gold clip slightly. It's just squashing things a little too much. I feel like it's a little more dynamic without it. We might take it off. We'll see. That's actually better. Just dialing it back a little bit to where it only hits. It's only clipping really when that kick and snare hit at the same time, and that's when we get that too much volume, and then it's clipping a little bit. So that's good. Let's see that. Yeah. All right, bet. So let's make sure these drums is good, and then we're gonna start adding in these other drums. I need to make these hi-hats a little wider because I just feel like it's too close to the other elements in the middle, which is making it kind of feel a little bit muddy. So I'm gonna fix that. and I feel like it's a little bit too ahead of the snare. So something that I do want to try is I learned and I do want to try this is this True Verb. It's just basically like a front to back panner that I seen in like a Jason Joshua video, and I'm about to try it. So let's see what we can do with it just to move it behind the snare. I'm pretty sure I saved this. Yeah, there we go. That's better. It doesn't feel like it's crowding the rim. Now the rim could breathe. Without it, yeah, I like that. So let's just see the last two things that we added. I feel like made the shaker sit in the right spot. See, without it. I feel like we can even make this rim slightly hit a little harder. No cap. Might be this compression. It was not the compression. Let's leave it where it was at. Let's do this. I bet. Let's add these other sounds in. And these sounds really aren't as important. The only reason why today I'm not gonna do the vocal first before I start adding in all these other sounds is because for this type of beat, I do want to add like a lot of reverb to the sounds. I feel like some sounds are gonna need reverb and stuff like that. And once I start adding a vocal, if I add the vocal now, I feel like it will affect how I'm gonna add some of the reverb to the sound. So I just want to build this beat and mix it to the point where it sounds good, but like the reverbs that I'm about to add, and then we're gonna go to the beat. We're still gonna mix the vocals with the bass and the kick soloed, but I just want to get the rest of the percussive instruments locked down first. So let's do that. I bet. So what we have here is we got a bunch of high perks. And before I even start tweaking anything, I'm gonna just tweak all these high perks as one in the group bus. I lied. Okay, so that I don't want it to be, definitely don't want that to be going to the left. Let's try to get that centered. If anything, let's actually even make that, oh no, I don't want no side information for that for a time. Let's see, let's make this inactive. Delete this. Boom. Yeah, I think that sounds better. Let's just get the volume right first. All right, let's add this wood perk. Where does this go? Okay, I don't want everything coming out the middle. So let's see, because I do want to make this song wide. Let's see where this goes. First thing I know I want to do with this is add some Let me send this to Reverb that we have. Agma Springs. I actually do not like that reverb. Let me try it actually on the sound to see if it will make a little bit of difference. Let's start where the 808 comes in. Honestly, we just gotta compress this. Honestly, you don't really gotta do much to this sound. Just a background sound. Take this clip gain off because it's making it hard to edit. All right, bet. So all these high perks, we're just gonna leave it and process that one and just make them a little. I like the reverb that I added right here, but I just want to make it a little bit. I want to make these sounds a little bit more upfront, a little bit more body. So we're gonna go. We have all these high perks going right here. Gonna add a decapitator and a CLA2A to it. add the CLA 2A, just get like maybe like 1 to 2 dB of compression maybe. This is piercing a little bit too much, this finger. So we're gonna EQ this. After or everything that we did, or even before. Let's go. Turn this hi-hat down, it's too loud. And I might want this hi-hat to go to the left. It's nothing really there at the left yet. Yeah, a little bit more. Turn it down a little bit more. EQ it. A little bit less high end. Let's get rid of this high that's gonna compete with the snare, the rim. So let's get rid of a little bit of that. That's better. I'm gonna use the same decapitator that I use for the Shakers, just because it's in the same area. We might add some reverb to this too. See what tempo we want to go for. 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 2 divided by 2 divided by 2. 78, a little too big, pause, and then divided by 239 should be valid. Compress this a little bit, just a little bit. All right, bet. I like the perks where they at. Let's see where these wood perks go. All right, bet. So for these wood perks, y'all hear that? I hope y'all hear that resonant frequency immediately. That gotta go. It's like one note, honestly. And that's basically how the perk sounds. You just gotta tame it a little bit. All right. So I'm not gonna, because a lot of these sounds don't go out throughout the whole track. I don't want to fully mix everything individually now until we get to those certain parts of the track. So what I'm gonna do now is, I like this where the 808 is and everything that's here. We're gonna add in the keys and we're gonna add in the vocals as well, and we're gonna start building around there, and then we'll start bringing in the extra percussion and everything. So let's get it. Something is competing with this a lot. Let's see what EQ is. Tame this. The low end, like everything 250 and below needs to be like just tamed. Let me do that right now. 250 down. Like a shelf or something. So me making that darker made the sound smaller. So we're gonna make it, there's no back button, I don't like that. We're gonna make it a little bigger. All right, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna start tweaking the vocals and bringing in the vocals into this record, because I feel like we're at a good spot. We're gonna add some mixed bus compression just to glue everything as one. Then we're gonna add these vocals in for me. So let's get it. Matter of fact, let's get the vocals in first, and then we'll add some mixed bus compression after. We're gonna start from this hook part. We're gonna start from this verse.
An informer.
Let's put this to the right track first. Bus.
An informer.
We don't need none of those plugins yet.
An informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
Alright, bet.
An informer,
First thing we're gonna do is gonna turn this down.
corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former.
And you can already hear this is a good recorded vocals. Not too many background noises. It's recorded pretty well. So all we gotta do is just enhance certain things, take out things that we don't like, enhance the things that we do like, and we good.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply,
First thing I'm gonna do, like always, we're gonna throw this NLS in here. Ballad. Today we might move into like a Nevo because we're working on an R&B song. Like I just wanna try out something different.
Corner.
Let's see how it sounds.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day,
I like this Nevo, how it sounds. If we get to a point where I want to change it back to Spike, we'll do that, but I like how this Nevo sounds for this record, for this one. So let's get to this de-esser. Let's get to this de-esser. Let's get rid of that pain in that 4,000 range. Boom. Right here.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh.
Not that much.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh.
I'm gonna add a little bit more retune speed just because I want the ending of his notes to be a little bit more melodic. You feel me?
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
It's good. Take it back a little bit. I don't want to be too much. All right. Now we're going to get into some EQ things. Let's get it.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh.
And we're just making this, we're cleaning up the vocal. That's it with this EQ. Getting rid of everything we don't like.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh.
And the reason why I don't start from like bottom to top, I'm just starting literally at the frequencies that I hear immediately that I don't like. So in here is like that little woofy like sound. I want to get that out of there immediately. So I'll do that.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade. She flip it on like a switchblade. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how. She flip it on like a switchblade. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn that. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn that to. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no.
Vocal is not bad. It's not too many bad frequencies that I hear off the initial listen. If you go through the song and we need to cut out more just to make it fit into the record, then we'll do that. But so far, it's not too many bad frequencies that I hear that I despise that need to get out of there.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn. She flip it on like a switch. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh.
Alright, let's listen to this with the 808.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
And remember, we're trying to keep the vocal as close to as his normal voice as possible, just a cleaner version of it. For me, I don't want to change it so much to where his tone changes up and it sounds like a whole different person.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
Let's get RBass in here and get rid of that, a little bit of that room noise that's sometimes is in there, and let's get a little bit of compression in there.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade.
All right, we'll add another F6. We'll do some dynamic EQ with this, just to tame a little bit more of those vocals. Let me tell you, vocal mid-range. All right, bet. Today we're not gonna keep it the same. It's just some things that I hear in this vocal that I want to get out of there, so we'll tweak this a little bit more.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
Add this guitar loop just to see where we at ballpark wise.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply,
All right, we'll get back to that.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say. She She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get.
All right, bet. So we're just gonna add one R compressor. This R compressor is to tame the vocal and get the vocal sounding consistent. And then we'll use the other compressor that we want to add in to place it into where we need it in the record. You feel me? But let's add this R compressor. Boom.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love.
As I compress more, I'm starting to notice a little bit more of that background noise, more of the room. So I'm gonna move this gate up a little bit.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade.
Alright, let me add the rest of the sounds too.
She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. She flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night.
Alright, it's a frequency here that I don't like especially once I add this EQ. So let me get that out of
Flip it on like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You gotta learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they.
Let's add this sub in here that we didn't mix yet.
She flip it on. Someone can't get.
But it's already going to this sub bus that we mixed right here. So it's gonna have a similar sound. We'll do more tweaks over here on this end if we need it to pop out a little bit more.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night.
And I do want it to pop out more. Let me add it.
Yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they
I do want it to pop out a little bit more.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long. don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love.
All right, so I like where it is so far. I feel like the vocal is competing with the shaker. So we're definitely gonna create a little bit more separation between the vocal and the shaker. Let's just finish processing up this vocal a little bit more, and then we'll go to the shaker. We'll go to that relationship and fix that.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
Get this
long,
de-esser in here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo.
Get this de-esser in here.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love.
Let me see if this entire mid-range, if I could just control the entire mids a little bit, just to get a little bit more consistent.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love.
Alright, let's listen to before and after.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo.
We're gonna take that out.
How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want they find love.
Alright, bet. So boom, I like where that is. What I want to do is I want to get a part where his 808 is there as well as the keys, so that we could just get and the kicks, so we could get a good relationship between how that sounds.
Way spicy, icy. If you want to follow me, I make it hard to find me. Shabby, you be my shadow.
So let's see right here.
But I'm gonna hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. strawberry. She gon' get it if she looking so lovely. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. But I'm gonna hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so lovely. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload.
Make sure these sounds ain't competing because this can't compete with the main sound at all.
She an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. She an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. She an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby want it. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to.
I think what I'm gonna do is I want this 808 to be a little bit more tamed. I just feel like it's a little too heavy.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but
and we're gonna change this and make the release a little bit longer.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade,
Better. More control and out the way.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade.
All right, the vocal and the 808 is competing a little bit in probably like the 200 range. So either I'm gonna get rid of that out of the vocal, or I'm gonna get rid of that out of the 808. But I like where the vocal sitting right now. So let's see.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade.
Yeah, I'll get it out of the 808.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
And I know I mixed this song last time, so for his vocal, I really like having that Pro Tech boost in like the 10K range. So I'm gonna add that just to bring his vocal out a little bit. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on this lead bus here because I might process things a little bit different too here. So we'll see. I might add the CLA vocals actually just to bring the vocal up. Let's do that.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day. But
I like this. We had a good spot. I like this. All right, let's bring in these shakers.
an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade,
Okay, this is competing a lot with the vocal. Let's fix that relationship.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no.
We're gonna figure out if it's an EQ problem or a compression problem. But let's just boost the spot. Let's boost certain spots and see if the vocal is disappearing in the EQ.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade,
It's good for
she want to lock me but I evade,
the shaker to live in here. That's 14K.
An
Okay.
informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all.
I think I know what it might be. It might be that low end that we added for the shaker. Now it's starting to compete. So you don't boost too much early. You feel me? And if you do, I do it because I know sounds that I like to hear. But if you do, gotta make sure to revisit it. And if it's a problem with everything else, get it out of there.
An informer,
Yep, much better.
she flip it on you like a switchblade,
That's what it was.
to lock me but I evade,
Better.
you got to learn how to say no. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Let's add this rim here.
An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no.
I like this
An
actually.
informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. An informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, she want to lock me but I evade, you got to learn how to say no. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night.
All right. We get in there. Once we get the vocals, then y'all already know that's where we turn up. I like where it's at. Let's get this kick in.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
The kick might be pushing up a little bit too much to where it has to just sit back a little bit and not compete with the vocal too much. I think, did we boost some highs on the kick? Might be the smack attack. Let's see.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
Definitely the smack attack. Let's just make it a little less snappy.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Let's get it. Bring this 808 in. the sub.
She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She gon' do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. Informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night.
The reason why I'm compressing it so much is because I feel like when there's a lot of stuff going on in the vocal, when there's a lot of stuff going on in the beat, compressing it just keeps it in the same spot to where it can shine through once I lift it up. If it's moving around, it's too dynamic, it might get lost in all the stuff that's going on in the instrumental.
She flip it on you. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She gon' do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Alrighty, let's add the CLA vocals just to bring this vocal up a little bit.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
I like that.
Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but
See where we at level wise?
yeah, yeah, yeah. She gon' do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Let's bring that gold clip back to A and see how that sounds.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
I really like how that guitar is wide now as opposed to like the beginning. Like this is how it was originally.
Corner.
Straight from the middle.
You can never back a shorty into a corner.
Sounds good. Still vibes, but we gave it way more life.
She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I...
And once we add reverb to like the vocal and everything is gonna glue in together as one. So matter of fact, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna add some SSL compression to the overall track because I feel like we're at a good level just to glue everything together, and we'll start mixing into what's glued up. You feel me? So let's get it.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She gon' do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
All right, I like where that is. Let's add some width to his vocal. His vocal could be a little bit bigger. Let's add some width to that. We have this widener vocal. Obviously, that's going to this NLS and doubler. You know what? I think what it is too is I can change this back to spike and it'll make the vocal feel a little bit bigger.
You can never back a shorty.
Let's move this real quick.
You can never back a shorty into a corner.
Yes, I like that better.
Forward.
way better.
She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they.
We gonna continuously play between those two for this record, but I'm gonna leave it on this for right now. And let's add more width to the vocal. Boom.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long.
All right, bet. So I like the compression. I like the soft clipping that we have. I like where we have the vocal set right now. What I think is gonna bring everything together, obviously, is adding this reverb to this vocal. Once we add reverb to this vocal, it's gonna blend in with the reverb that we're using on the guitar too, and then everything is gonna sound good. So what we're actually gonna do is this reverb that we use on this guitar, I'm gonna drag it down here just because I want to kind of have a similar reverb to the guitar, just so it can feel like one space. I'm gonna drag it right there, right? This is the reverb that I usually use, and I'm gonna just copy some settings. Right, depth. Let's see. Let's pop both of them up real quick. So boom. Let's see. Frequency. All right, so there's a couple of differences. So what I'm gonna do, I usually like the reverb that I use in my template, but because I like how the reverb on the guitar sounds so much, I'm gonna mute the original one, and we're gonna try to get this to fit into the reverb that we were using for the guitar. And then if it doesn't sound good, we'll alter it to fit more of my template reverb.
You can never back a shorty into.
Let's add some long reverb first.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't got energy, yeah. She gon' do or die, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it.
Yes, it feels good. Once they're actually like the same reverb, it just feels nice. What we're gonna do though is for the vocal reverb, we're gonna just tweak a little bit of that EQ because it's just a little too harsh. Yeah, that's just too harsh.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
And using a template is fine, you feel me? But sometimes, you feel me, like I try to like just try out different reverbs, like just to give a song a different vibe, feel me? I don't want the same vibe of a song every single time I mix. So I might have a template just to make things easily accessible, but it's also good to just change things within your template while you're mixing, or within whichever workflow that you use while you're mixing, just to make your sound different whenever you're working on the song, you feel me?
You can never back a shorty into a corner.
Let's get it.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me.
What I'm gonna do is, I like that. What I'm gonna do is, I'm definitely gonna add this Abbey Road vinyl here.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
Just it makes it wider and more compact and it's like slightly a little saturated. I like how it sounds. We're gonna keep that.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
It kind of feels like if you paying attention, it kind of feels like, because we're using the same delays, just different mix amounts. I mean, because we're using the reverbs and kind of different mixing amounts, it feels like the vocal is reverbing and it's going into the space of the guitar. So it's like the reverb of the vocal is getting big, and then you're hearing the tail of the guitar reverb, if that makes sense.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
So one more thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna compress this.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't got energy, yeah. She go do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply. You can never back a shorty into a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
Alright, now let's get the level that we need in, because it's not the amount that we need. Let's get that right. Boom.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't got energy, yeah. She go do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. I dey hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it.
I want a little bit more reverb for this song, so I'm gonna just boost it up a little bit more.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn.
Alright, that's good. That's good. It's a lot, but that's good. What I do want to do is I want to add a short reverb. So the short reverb, we don't have any reverb there yet. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through some presets, and we're gonna add some reverb.
You can never back.
We're gonna go through some presets to find it.
You can never back a shorty into a corner.
First of all, let's get the right time though.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
I like this. I like this.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
Makes the vocal feel a little taller.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer.
Let's see a smaller time.
She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't got energy, yeah. She go do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah.
Let me change this compression of the vocal. I feel like the vocal is not having enough dynamics. It's just staying in the same place. So let's make it light.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't got energy, yeah. She go do a day, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. I dey hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
All right. So that's good. Let's just make sure all the reverbs and everything sounding good. They're not competing with anything. You feel me? So what we're gonna do right now, and then we're gonna start bringing in these other sounds and mixing these other vocals. But once we got one vocal sound sounding good, that's fine. You feel me? We could use that as a rubric to mix the other vocal. This other vocal it's actually 2 artists on this record, so we're gonna have to process both vocals slightly similar but a little bit different.
Go all night.
Let me just play this without the main vocal. I just want to hear what the actual reverb is doing. Let me see if it will make it clearer bringing this in here. Let's see. Just trying to make sure I have everything being sent out and processed right.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit.
Alright, so we're gonna check the difference between this as a send reverb and the reverb being on it, just in terms of clarity wise.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
Okay.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply,
Kind of like it being better as a send, so we're gonna keep that. And what we're gonna do, because I know I'm gonna add this anyway, is I'm gonna go to this all effects bus and I'm going to enable this Abbey Road vinyl here too.
Someone
It just makes the all effects sound so smooth. It smoothens it out. That's how it feels for me, so I'm gonna leave that on.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a die, my baby want it multiply.
Alright, let's add this bass line. I like where it is at right now. I think that's good. We'll clean it up on the mix bus end if I start feeling like it's too muddy.
She flip it on like a switchblade, she want to.
But I told you, as I said before, this record is about vibe. That's what we're going about. Like, I want a vibe. I do want clarity and I do want punch and I want everything to cut through, but I want a vibe. That's mainly what I'm aiming for me?
She flip it on like a switchblade, she want to love me, but I evade,
I might even add some reverb to this Shakers just to space it out a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
She flip it on like a switchblade, she want to love me, but I evade,
I might add this to the short reverb, actually.
She flip it on like a switchblade, she want to love me, but I evade.
I don't like how that sound. We'll take that off. That's fine. All right. Yeah, so I like how this main sounds. So let's start bringing in the rest of the percussion and everything, and then we can work on this second vocal. All right, so now we're gonna turn the vocal up. I feel like the vocal needs to be a little bit louder, a little bit brighter as well too. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna introduce the rest of the drum sounds and the rest of the sounds in general.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
Let's turn this Weak Tech on, which is basically a boost at 10 hertz, and let's just bring this in.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they eat it all night and day, but
let's try bringing this J37 to maybe decapitator, just to get the vocal up a little bit.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah.
All right, bet. Now let's bring in these sounds one-on-one and make sure they don't compete. And we're gonna add in the rest of the elements.
Corner. Inform. an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, yeah. My baby want it multiply, yeah. How they eat it all night and day, but she an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no. She an informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no.
What I'm just trying to do is just trying to make sure that the piano, all the notes, doom 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 doom, are consistent. So I'm trying to compress it real quick and just take out a little bit more of that mud because I don't want it to compete. Because we're starting to add more and more elements and stuff. So this is when you gotta start making sure that things are not competing. You feel me?
Someone can't get this girl. She want go.
I like this pre-child more.
But I don't get energy, She go do a day, My baby want it.
Let's see if I could add. I never tried this, but if I'm gonna add a smack attack to it, just so the notes could be a little bit more attack.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, She go do a day, My baby.
I actually like that. Let's see if we turn the sustain down.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I know. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, She go do a day, My baby when they multiply, How they eat it all night.
So without the plugins, so far.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go.
And with it.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, She go do it.
Just add some compression and we should be good with this. We'll take a little bit more of that pain frequency out after we add this compression.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy, She go do a day, My baby when they multiply, How they eat it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy,
All right, bet. I like that. The compression that we use is just more of a tacky compression just to bring out those transient a little bit more. Now let's just make sure these two sounds ain't competing. Then we're gonna bring in the Rhodes that are layered with this piano. All right, let's add some of that reverb to this. I think we're just gonna fit all those reverbs in there. Let's add that. I'm gonna use the same EQ just because I want this sound to sound like one sound. So we're gonna use the same EQ. What I am gonna use different is gonna make the sound a little wider. We're gonna also add what am I trying to do? We're gonna add a J37 and make this wobble a little bit. So I'm gonna go to this keys bus right here, where these keys are, and we're just gonna EQ some of this out because it's just a little too muddy as a whole. I'm gonna compress these two together a little bit more. Use CLA2A. There's some resonant frequencies that I felt like could get out of there. Let me go to the keys bus. Alright, so now we're gonna go ahead and add some reverb. So let's do it. Let's see. I'm panning it just to get a little bit more separation between the sounds, but that'll clear up a little bit of room by just separating everything, and then we could bring in the other sounds. Let's EQ this reverb a little bit more. So if I mute this, that's how the sound, and with the reverb. Now let's bring in the vocals.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do or die, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
All right, I like where that's at. All right, so now we're gonna bring in these other percussion sounds that fill up the beat, and then we're gonna add in these other vocals from the other artists that's on this song, and then we're gonna add some of the effects. So let's start off by bringing in some of these sounds first. See where we at.
She on informer, she flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
All right, let's add these other percussion sounds.
Someone can't get this girl, she want. Someone can't get this. Someone can't get this. Someone can't get. Someone can't get this. Someone can't get this girl, she want.
Triangle gotta go to high perks. Triangle has to go to high perks. I forgot to send that, so we're gonna do that. Bring this right here. We're gonna have to tweak that. All right. Let's first. Some of these sounds I don't really want. I don't want this song to sound too narrow, meaning I like all the panning, but I just feel like some of the sounds would feel a little heavier with the sounds panned straight down the middle. So I'm gonna just play all the percussion that we have and see which sounds I want to move. Usually I don't like to touch what the artist did with their panning because they did it for a reason. But I'm gonna just play all the percussive sounds and see if there's some sounds that would feel a little bit better with the sound coming straight from the middle. Let's see. Let me just unmute everything, even though it's not leveled or mixed right yet. So like this is perfect being panned. And this way, what we're gonna do is all the low perks. Let's just tweak those now. Definitely needs compression. They're just all over the place. So let's see. We are going to compress that with an SSL comp first, just to glue everything together. Add this decapitator just to give it some more oomph. And then let's compress this. All right, now let's listen to it in terms of in the mix with other sounds. That just by itself sounds way better because it's way more controlled and everything is. It's not certain parts that are like too loud or just getting the dynamics are not too loud and jumping all over the place. So that already by itself sounds a lot better. All right, so now we could go in because I got everything glued together as a group. Now we could go in and tweak individual elements that I feel like should shine a little bit more. So let's do that. All right, so for this, I definitely want some reverb on this. Not that. Okay, so a sound like this, I feel like definitely could get split into mono. Let's do that. The reason why I'm just not automatically deleting the mono track is because I might want to keep it and I might feel like the mono isn't feeling the same in terms of like feeling or power. So I don't want to just delete it right away. We could delete this. Boom. Let's see. Yep, much better. I want to make this bongo a little bit darker. First of all, that freaking fill, let's just tweak that right now. You hear that? It just gets too loud. What we're gonna do is we're gonna separate this because the fill itself feels different from the beginning part. So I don't need nothing to be compressed except for the fill. I mean, except for the audio. I don't want the fill to be compressed at the same level as the beginning vocal sample. So let's do that. This could be compressed. See if we're gonna add some reverb to these sounds to make them come to life. Try and be 2 on this. Yeah, I'm gonna take the reverb off because it gives contrast between the other drums. With the reverb, it makes it feel like you can't really feel the hit. So we're gonna leave it. Just gonna leave this MV2 on here though. This gives it a little bit more punch. I actually might add this MV2 to the entire perk, the low perks. Let's see how that sounds. I like that. Now that hit that comes to the left, I don't know what that is. Let me see. I think it's like a bongo sound or something. Let's see, where is I gotta find it right here. This low tone. We gotta EQ this. Yeah, and we're gonna have to compress this. Too dynamic. You can see it with the hit. I just gotta change the tone, which is gonna make me EQ it. I think we good in terms of the perks. They have a little bit more life. Let me see. I might just add like an RBass to see if I get a little bit more bottom end out of the perks. Let's see how it sounds. I don't know if I want to keep this, but let's see how it sounds. I like that. Barely doing anything, but it gives a little different feel. That little high end perk. Let me see, where is it? Right here. This little wood perk. Definitely gonna add some reverb to it. Magma Springs. I like that. I'll turn the mix down. Yeah, I don't like the movement, so we're gonna keep it sound like this. Better. Better, 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 better. Let's get these drums back in. All right, and now let's get these instruments back in here and these 808s, and let's see how everything sounds.
Know they want
I kind of want a little bit more width out of the percussion. So let's see if we could get that. I'm gonna see if I could put the whole entire low perks some reverb. Let's just see how that's gonna sound. Okay, but so what I'm gonna do is we have this second vocal here. We're gonna process it using the same processing that we did for the first vocal, but obviously it's a different artist, so we're gonna have to make certain tweaks to it. But just so we can get the song moving along, I'm gonna unmute this and get this into the mix. So let's see which one.
Eat your banana, monkey be one, be one. Eat your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in.
All right, so first we're gonna just we're gonna put this on lead bus 2. Duplicate this, and let me make this lead bus 2. Now this could be out of here.
She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is.
All right, so like with this vocal, immediately I could hear he just has a little bit more mud in the low end, so we gotta tweak that.
She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scott. She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I dey wait. Shuku. She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I dey wait. She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there.
Okay, so for his verse, I don't think we need as much reverb.
She your banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust this, a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got.
Okay, and one thing I'm realizing too is the kick is a little very punchy. I don't want to lose volume, but I think we're gonna control the transient a little bit more.
She your banana.
That's better.
She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I dey wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I got the body, she I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body on. I did see her clearly from my vision on. Television on.
Let me see. It sent 2 versions of this vocal, so I just want to see which one is the right one.
She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Shuku shaka, obi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I got the body, she be me, I want. I'ma give me love, touch me more.
duplicated vocal. Let me make this inactive for now. We're gonna keep this vocal right here.
Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, don't be.
Less compression on his vocal just because I feel like it's no dynamics to it.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I got the body, she I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, body. I did see her clearly from my vision now.
Okay, I do think the reverb that I added for the perks is just muddying up everything slightly. I'm gonna take those off.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I got the body, she I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, body. I did see Sicily, I got the body, she beat me around. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, she beat me around.
I'm gonna turn his auto tune up a little bit more.
She beat me around. I'ma give me love. She beat me around. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, body. I did see her clearly from my vision now, television now.
Okay, that's valid. Let's bring in all these vocals. Bringing all these vocals in. And we're gonna start making some tweaks. Okay, this is not. For his verse, we're gonna leave that out for now. We're gonna get to it.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one.
Okay, bet. I want to make sure his verse is good because I feel like it's competing a lot with other elements.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I got the body, she I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, body. I did see her clearly from my vision now, television now. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in former. Yeah, she former. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust is a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade.
Gotta compress this. Is fine with the vocal. See it like the way.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me.
Also, let's get this over. Let's get this out of the way of the vocal in general.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one.
I might make this a little wider, maybe.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for ya. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for ya. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for ya. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for ya. Scatter me for day. Early mama safe. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe. Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let.
Okay, so for his verse, what we're gonna do is, especially for the beginning, we're gonna turn that reverb mix way up for this sound. It's automation.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't.
Just because there's no other sounds here, you know what I mean? So we got the space to add this.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she. Your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I.
Okay, maybe I gotta take this doubler off.
Your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in.
Okay, I think that's fine, and let's see how it goes into the other parts.
Your banana, yeah, she informer. She informer. Yeah, she informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah. Scatter me for day. Early mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I did wait. Shuku shaka ubi shumika Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are not getting up. Cecilia I carry body, she pay me around. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, your body. I did see her clearly from my vision now.
if she keep looking.
All right, I like where it is right now. I like where the vocals is in. I do want the drums as a whole just to be a little. Oh, did I do this duplicate? Oh yes, I did. All right, I do like where the drums is. I feel like I do like where everything is sounding, like where the levels, where everything is. I do feel like the drums itself, we can get it to just be a little bit bigger and fill up the space of the entire mix. That's something I'm gonna try to do. I think I probably just achieved that with like a little bit of parallel compression, but I like where everything is so far. I'm just gonna make this drums a little bit bigger, and then we're gonna start adding in the background harmonies and everything and leveling everything out, and we'll get to like some mix bus compression, mix bus processing and everything. So let's do it.
Yeah, she carry me for yeah.
Okay. So let's bring in all these drums.
Yeah, she carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there.
It's these drum bus. So let's see. Got these all drums. EL count. Where is that?
Yeah, she carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there.
Much better already.
Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka, ubi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I carry body, she pay me around. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, your body, your body, your.
And this is just basically a decapitator, cell comp, some type of distortion, and we're just rolling off the bottom and just keeping like the top end. So it could just be, I could hear it. It could just be the top end. It could just be the top end.
Yeah, she carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she. Where you did.
So yeah. That's all we're basically adding, and just adding a little bit of that brightness to the drums, which is making it stick out a little bit more.
Yeah, she carry me for yeah. Scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe. Bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka, ubi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I carry body, she pay me around. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision now. Television now.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, say you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion. Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so low belly. Let me spread you like
That scared the out of me. I thought I was something in my crib. Let me turn that down because that sounded just too loud. That's the fill.
Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Give me overload.
Move this up. Get out of here.
Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Let me spread you like confetti. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me your.
Let me EQ this too. It don't need that much low end.
Let me spread you like Let me spread you like confetti. Let me spread you like Let me spread you like confetti. Give me. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your shot. We Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone can't get this girl. She wanna go all night long.
All right, bet. So we got all the drums in. All the drums are sounding amazing. The sounds are sounding good. What we could do is we could start cleaning up things that are competing and start adding in these background vocals. That's exactly what I'm about to start doing. So let's listen to it from the top. Okay, that sound needs to be. I need to do something about that sound. It's just throwing me off. Vocal fill. We're gonna call it so I can find it all the time. All right, bet. So let me tweak this a little bit. Compress this way more. I don't want this to move at all. supposed to be a background sound. That's at least that's how I feel like it's supposed to be.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it for you like a switchblade. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
I actually like exactly where that air horn is. I'll probably turn it down by like 1 dB, but I think it's perfect. It gives energy.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it for you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, you can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it for you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone.
We turn this down. I just turn all the vocal samps down. We have it right here. Turn this here real quick. Alright, let's see how that affected the horns.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it for you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but
And I think the compression that I just changed at the right here, the attack was fast at first. I think me changing it back to auto just made the percussion sit back a little bit as opposed to it being as aggressive and feeling like it was competing with vocal. It sat back a little bit. So now the vocal is poking out a little bit more and everything feels more close. So I'm gonna keep it this way. When it comes to mix bus compression, your attack times and everything is very important to how it does a lot of change into the record. So it's very important in terms of like the transients, how aggressive your song is gonna be, and how like tame some of the elements are gonna be in your record too.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it for you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night.
Now I could get more of that kick, of that punch out of the kick because of the mix bus compression. Let's see. Boom. Let's see though. Make sure. Oh, I don't think I saved the other one. I think I know where it was at. Anyway, it was at 16. So let's see.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night.
Nah, it's still better this way.
Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want to multiply, yo. I dey hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Teach your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama said, but you mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I dey wait. Shuku shake out.
You know they want to find love.
Teach your banana, monkey keep it 1v1. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, don't be late.
Making his vocal a little wider because his just doesn't feel as powerful as the first vocal, so I just need to, not powerful, but as big as the first vocal, so I just want to make this a little wider.
You know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, mo keep it 1v1. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, don't be late.
All right, I want one of those percussion sounds to fill up the left side.
Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, banana, mo keep it 1v1. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. Me for yeah, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for. She carry me for yeah, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, don't be late. I dey wait. Shuku shaka obi shumi got my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no get enough. Sicily I carry body, she be me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body, your body, your body, yours. I dey see her clearly from my vision now. Television on.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know say you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion. Like she be boko haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know say you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always spare me that chatting. I know me from day one. She fine now, but she madam.
A lot of perks in here, so I'm just trying to, I'm hearing something. I just process everything as a drums as one. All right, let's bring in these background vocals. Bringing these background vocals now. It's time. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this go to, let's listen to them first.
Corner. Oh yeah.
Let's go to the ad-lib bus. I already know that. Let's turn that auto-tune up. Let's go to ad-lib bus 1, matter of fact. Let's add a, whoa, ad-lib bus 1. Boom. And what we want to do is, I want to process these the same. Copy this over. The NLS should be the same. Boom, the RDSer, the F6, that's the EQ. RVox could be the same, and this could be the same. The only difference that we want is the R compression for the ad-libs are gonna be opposite from that of the punchy vocal, you feel me? And the compression we will probably change to like light, just because I want it to be opposite. But let's listen to it real quick.
Corner. Oh yeah. You get corner. Oh yeah.
Turn it down.
Corner. Oh yeah. You get corner. Oh yeah. You can never back corner. Oh yeah. You get corner. Oh yeah. You get corner. Oh yeah. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. Oh yeah.
All right, bet. Let's add some type of telephone effect to that. I just feel like it sounds too the same like the main vocal, and I want it to sound more like a background vocal.
Corner.
Better, yeah.
Corner. Corner. You can never
Let's freak this a little bit more. Add the sand amp to it. Let's see, distortion mid harm.
corner.
right? I like that. And now, what else did I want to add? Maybe a lo-fi, because I don't want it to, I want it to feel like a background vocal, like literally in the background.
Corner. Corner.
Turn this down. Let me compress this more on one. Yeah, way more.
You can never back. You can. You can never back. Corner. Corner. You can.
Turn this reverb up one way more. I don't even think this reverb is like big enough for what I'm really trying to shoot for this. So I'm gonna add the reverb onto the track. Let's see, let's get a good time for it. Let's see. 60,000 divided by tempo 95, 631. Let's use a big reverb.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
I like that better.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into.
But let's get a different reverb.
Corner.
Let's try some different type of reverbs. Why isn't that? Oh, thank you.
You can.
Might could work. I might go like that, yeah. Let's see.
You can never back a shorty into. Corner. You can never back a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
Let me take this lo-fi off.
Corner.
Take the PSA off too.
Corner. You can never.
Let me take this EQ off too, see how it sound now.
Corner. You can never back a shot. Corner. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. You can never back a shot.
Okay, bet. I like that. And let me just EQ this a little bit because I don't like the reverb. Just has too much pain frequencies. Too much whistling. Okay, that should be good.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Corner. Yeah. Corner. You can never back a shorty.
Turn this up.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh.
Okay, so this is a background vocal. Gonna lead us on the background bus. Turn this all the way down.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna process this a little bit because it's competing with the main vocal, and we don't want that. First thing I'm gonna do is the backgrounds. I'm gonna just enable the C4.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy.
Let me change this. Let's start off by having it sound the same like the main vocal, and then we're gonna start cutting some frequencies to differentiate them.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby.
Because it's not going into, it's very, the vocals are recorded a little low and it's not going into the compressor up. I'm gonna put a trim on it just to turn it up a little bit. Or I'll just clip gain it up, actually. Let's do that, that'd be better.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go.
Matter of fact, let's use a trim just because I don't want to forget that I did some automation to the vocals. So let's add this trim.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby want to multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby.
I bet. Now let's get this away from the main vocal. Take all the reverbs off and just separate them with EQ.
Someone can't get someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. Someone can't get this girl, someone you want go all night long, you want go all night long, you want go all night long, you want go all night, you want go all night long, but I don't get energy. You want go all night, you want go all night, you want go all night, you want go all night long, but I don't get energy. You want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. You want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby want to multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want.
Just taming the entire vocal with just a little bit of C4, multiband compression, C6, multiband compressions, just to tame the overall background vocals. For like the notes that are piercing out too much, just to compress it all down.
You want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby want to multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day,
Let me get a little bit of that, more of that bottom out. We need this to sound different. I don't want to make it too much of a telephone sound, but I wanted to make it somewhat close to that. So let's see, telephone EQ, this out of there.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby.
Maybe I might even make this doubler. Maybe.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but
Let's see how it sounds.
someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but
I don't like the doubler. Matter of fact, what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna check the reference, the initial reference track that he sent to me, just to see how the vocals were processed in the original, just to get it kind of close to that. I don't want to fall off too different to what they have, but I just want to get a gist of like how he processed these vocals. So let's listen to it real quick, and then we could decide if we want to keep it or not.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo.
So you could barely hear it in the original. So let's listen to that again.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy.
All right, so since you could barely hear it, I could decide to like process it a little bit different.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night. Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it. Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
I could add the PSA to this sound.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long.
And let's get this out of the middle. Maybe let's add a brow motion just to get this moving a little bit.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but
Better.
I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it.
Still feel like it's competing with the vocal a little bit. All right, so let's see. Let me make the panning a little bit less wide, because I don't want it to interfere with the percussion sounds either. And I can use the true verb to sit it behind the vocal too. I'm gonna use the true verb to sit it behind the vocal.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. Someone Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. But I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. But I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it.
All right, bet. I ain't gonna lie, man. Sometimes I surprise myself, man. Feel me? Like we got that to fit in. Now you hear the mumbling, the melody, the harmony in the background, and you hear the vocal too. Panned it a little bit to the left for me. Had to do a little bit of dynamic EQ just to make it stay back there, and then boost a little bit in the high range just to make it stick out over there too for me. So let's listen to it.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. But I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo.
And sometimes too, to really get the difference between each sound is, you see, although I have this as a background sound, might have to take the long reverb off because the long reverb is washing it out. And you might have to just apply different reverbs to like different sounds just to fit them in. Even though it's one big space for the entire record, you might have to switch up the different reverbs that you're using for each specific sound just to sit them in different spaces in the record. You feel me? So let me take this long reverb off. I think that's gonna clear it up a little bit.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long.
Too dry though, I don't like that. So let's add some more short reverb.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. But I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo.
Better. Now we can add all the sounds in.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long. But I don't get energy, yeah, yeah, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby want it multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want it. Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night.
So we do have a vocal sample here that I ain't touched yet. I might have to bring that to life because I liked how that really sounded. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna have to pan it. I'm gonna mute it for now because I'm gonna bring it into the record, but for right now I just wanted to focus on these background vocals, so we're gonna mute it for now.
Your banana monkey be one. A girl I can't be one. This a girl I can't let in. Can't believe.
These are similar vocals to this background. I want this vocal to sit in that same space, so I'm gonna try sending it to the same background bus, just to see how it's gonna sound, and then we're gonna really put it into the track. We're gonna fix it to where it needs to be.
Teach your banana monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that's sweet.
Yep, I like that. So what we're gonna do, I do want to change the volume. We're gonna duplicate this, change this to background bus 2 for me, and that's where this is gonna go. Bus 2. Let's turn this up.
A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form. Yeah, she form.
But for this vocal, I can add that long reverb that we have in, because that's fine.
A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that's.
Let's do some EQ.
A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form. Yeah, she form. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, punch you mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka ubi shumi gali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me.
With his, I think what we can do is We can add a doubler effect. I think that'd be fire.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumi gali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want go see baby my toy. She won't give me love.
Okay, it needs to be compressed a little bit more. So,
Be one,
like the other track where it's recorded a little bit low, we're gonna add this trim to it just to boost a little bit volume in.
be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumi gali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go.
And then we could turn this down now.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that.
Let me take this doubler off. I don't know how I like that.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that. Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she.
All right, and let me turn this vote. I want this reverb to be big for these ad-libs.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that.
I don't think I could use this reverb because too much is already going to this reverb. So when I'm boosting it in, it's just washing everything up. I'm gonna leave the true verb here so we can sit this back as well too. But what I want to do is I want to add our own reverb on this track. And honestly, I'm gonna use a different reverb for this Pro R just to give a little bit more variation in the verbs. And let me just go through some presets. We're looking for something big, so large.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah. One, a girl.
Just trying to get the right time right now. 6:31, 6:31. 6,000 divided by 95 divided by 2 or 315. That's better.
One, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. One, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumi gali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want go see baby my toy.
I'm gonna add the PSA too. I just want that same vibe.
One, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that.
His, I definitely don't need as much preamp though, because it's just too much.
One, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. That they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumi gali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want go see baby my toy. She won't give me love. Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade.
Trim, move these around real quick because it does change up how everything sounds.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in forma. Yeah, she forma. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Shuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love. Later they wait. Shuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily I carry body, she be me. Later they wait. Shuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily I carry body, she be me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more.
Okay, so for that part, definitely want the doubler on. We'll probably just, all right, bet. So we'll keep the C6 right here because I feel like that control was needed. We'll take this off for here. For here, we'll take that off. For this part, we'll just turn on this doubler.
I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more.
Or we don't even have to waste plugins. What we'll do is we'll bring that back, add the doubler, and we'll just automate it on and off. So boom, turn the automation on. Then when that part comes in, bypass it. When that part comes in, turn it on.
Body, she be me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I just see her from my vision. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I just see her from my vision, television,
And like how that Reverb sounded, so we're going back to Valhalla. See, I think 315 should be fine. Should be good.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form. Yeah, she form, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy, come and patch me up, I won't.
Let's get this out the middle as well too. That's what's competing so much because there's so much already going on in the middle.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form. Yeah, she form, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did.
And for his, we'll have to EQ it a little bit different too. Let me get this full reset.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form. Yeah, she form, she carry me for yeah, scatter. Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in.
And I don't really know what the vocal is even saying, but that's not what it's about. It's we're trying. Oh, what did I do? I hit the wrong one. So, all right, boom. Yeah.
Yeah, she form, she carry form, yeah, she form, she carry form, yeah, she form, she carry form, yeah, she won't be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one in form, yeah, she form, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama self, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, I did wait. Shuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy, come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me.
Okay, this might be able to have some brow motion on it because some parts I feel like it will be clearer on that left side, and for some parts I feel like it'll be clearer on the right side. And I don't have nothing like a pan man, and it's not mono. I mean, I could make this mono. Could make this mono for real. Let's see. Then I could add a panner to it. Let's see. Then this background harmony. Make this inactive real quick. Bring these plugins back. Gotta bring these plugins back. All right, I can't put the Valhalla on there. Let's see. What was I trying to do again? Panner. So pan, auto pan.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe
That's
that
better.
Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, ubi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love,
I like that.
Sicily, I carry body, she give me a wrong. I'ma give me love, touch me.
And then for this part, I need that doubler in there. So we'll just make this active. And yeah.
I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up, television up.
Madam, boy, spare me
Okay, so let's listen to that. Let's listen to the ad-libs by itself.
Teach your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one.
Try this.
Informer, yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, ubi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I carry body, she give me a wrong. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up.
All right, since we doing that,
No finger enough.
we can mute this part.
Be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, ubi shumiga, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough. Sicily, I carry body, she give me a wrong. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up, television up.
So now we could make this fit in there.
I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up, television up.
I don't want that tail to be as long, so we'll probably go down in this timing. Let's go to 157. The tail is just too long.
I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up, television. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body up, body up. And they see it clearly from my vision up, television up. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck. I'ma give me, I'ma give me, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television, I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your.
All right, I think that should be good.
I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly.
Don't like this reverb at all.
I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body, your body, your. I did see her clearly from my vision, television,
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion. Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so low belly. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload.
All right, we got these background vocals at a decent part. We do have a couple more background vocals, so let's just start fitting them in there. We have this baritone vocal. The way I have a specific way of how I like to actually process baritone vocals. I think I have that here. I think it might be this. So let's see. We could just copy these. Yeah, I love to process background vocals like this. We're gonna keep it just like this. All right, bet. So we're gonna add this to its own background track. Make active. We're gonna put this into background 3. Turn the volume down. And then we got the EQ for sure.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion.
And it just fits perfectly.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know.
Let's get a little bit of more EQ just to get some mud out, and we should be good.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know.
I want this to live somewhere though, so I'm gonna let this live here.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now, but she. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now.
I'll turn all of these off because it's just background vocals. I don't really need it.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now. Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one.
Boom.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one.
Nah, I like it when it's super compressed. Let's keep it.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one.
I'm gonna get that long reverb out because I want it to feel in your face. You feel me? So I'm gonna take the long reverb out.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one.
Add some more short reverb.
Madam boss, spare me that chatting. I know, so you target me from day one. She fine now, but she
We're gonna start adding some delays real soon just to bring the song to life, but I like this. Like where this is at. Let's keep this right here. Perfect. I do want this to sit back a little bit, especially in the lower end. Do that. All right, so we're gonna have to just do some multiband compression. Everything this lower, I just want it to sit back a little bit. This sound has to get, something has to do.
Let me spread you like confetti. 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 I don't get it if she keep looking so low belly. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your show on me, make a overdose. Oh, she want to act like she not really like me, but she want that. Well, spicy, icy. If you want to follow me, I make it hard to find me. Should be you be my shadow, like we Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy.
All right. We gotta add one more thing. We have some more background vocals right here. Let's see. We're gonna turn this up. It's up to like right here. And then what we're gonna do is, this is his background vocal. So this could go as a background vocals too. The only thing about background bus 2, it does not have no long reverb. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this again. No, yeah, we're gonna duplicate this again, and let's see how it sounds if we send this to a new background. I mean, to the same reverb we've been using. I feel like it's gonna cloud up the vocal. I don't want to do that. So we're gonna make this inactive. Hide and make this inactive. I don't need that. And instead, what we're gonna do is over here, we're gonna send this to a long verb. Let's see, what verb do I have? I have a Valhalla verb here. Exactly, I like this. Now we could blend this in. And maybe even this reverb could have some flanger to it. Nope, I don't like that. I want it to be wider. I mean, deeper. Because I want this to sound like a background sound as opposed to an actual sound, it's fine that we use lo-fi for this.
Shuku shaka ubi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily I can't even she beat me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, your body, your. Shuku shaka ubi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I won't go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily I can't even she beat me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. It's your body, your body, your body, your. I just see it clearly from my vision, no. Television, no.
Madam, oh, spare me that chance. And I know, say you target me from day one. She fine, no, but she always cause confusion. Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so low belly. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your show me, make her overdose. Oh, she want it.
All right, so these just regular background harmonies. So we'll add this to this.
Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your show me, make her overdose. Oh, she want it, act like she not really like me, but she want that. Way spicy, icy. If you want to follow me, I make it hard to find me. Shabby, you be my shadow, like we Siamese. Yeah, give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your show me, make her overdose. Oh, she want it, act like she not really like me, but she want.
All right, but and now I think we have one set of background vocals again. These ad-libs.
She go do what I do.
This could go to ad-lib bus too. What we're gonna do is just gonna process the same way I had Massaeli's ad-libs. Let's duplicate this. This is why having some type of starting point template is important. You feel me? Because once you get to like the main part of the record and you have like the main thing sounding good, and in terms like the main EQ sounding good and everything, it's just moving all the different sounds into its perspective buses, and honestly you're good. You don't have to process every single ad-lib a certain way, every single verse a certain way. One, it would be too time consuming, and two, you have ear fatigue where you'll start just making too much decisions, and you'll end up feeling like you're messing up the mix. Okay, bet. So now everything is in the track aside from this vocal sample. So let's find out what this is competing with first, and then we'll bring it in. It's competing with the main vocal actually. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna EQ this.
She go do or die, my baby. She go do or die, my baby. When they multiply, she go do or die, my baby. She go do or die, my baby. When they multiply, she go do or die, my baby. When they multiply, I dey hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
She chop banana, monkey be one, be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let.
She go do or die,
She go do what I do. Baby, want to multiply. Eat it all night and day.
Process it the same way as the background vocal. As the ad-lib vocals too, minus the ad-libs. Minus the reverb. So right now, I like where the song is. What I think we need to do now is we gotta take the record to the next level by just adding like delays. This is when we're gonna start adding like delays and stuff and things, ear candy, just to spice up the record, making sure things aren't competing, and then we could get into mix box processing and we're done. So with that being said, let's get to it. Let's listen to it from the top. Example, let's start off by adding some delay, some reverb. Let's automate some reverb into that first part. Alright, so we're gonna be doing a lot of automation just to, get every section of the song to sound right. So let's do that. Let's get this mute in. Automation, very important. Let's see. Yeah. We'll Add some delays too to this part. But we're gonna automate this too, the send. I bet. So that's how we're gonna do it. Let's turn this into, let's make this automatable. How do I do it here? I know I could do it here. I know I can do it here. I guess I cannot do it here. Yes I can, right here. Do that again. Bet. This is where we really start. This is where you take your record to the next level and you start doing things that separate you, I guess, from other separates you from other engineers, and just this when you start adding your flavor. But obviously some type of relationship or trust from the artist that you're working with to be able to do this, because sometimes artists like to just have their record sounding exactly how they produced it, you feel me? And sometimes they trust you to where you can add your flavor and take the song to another level. So let's go, let's turn it down. Get this away, let's EQ this one more time, get this away from the middle.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
Alright, one thing I do want to do, we're gonna add some effects to the first line.
Corner.
Where it is. Boom.
Corner.
Y'all already know I got this reverse reverb already set up here. I cannot find it. Yes. Where is it? Focus my reverse reverb. Did I delete it out of my template? No, we did not. It's right here. I bet. So what we're gonna do, let's move this up here. Boom, we're gonna grab this. Boom, keep the auto tune, bring it down. Oh, I forgot it is not. Let's just make this stereo. Just to make life easier. Stereo. Oh my God, what's up? Bring this down, reverse it. Boom. Turn the send all the way up. Is all the way up. Enable this. Solo, what we doing? Give us a little bit of space in the beginning. And actually, I'm gonna set the time to the right time because I want a big reverb. So 6:15. And I don't want to actually use this reverb. I want to use same reverb that we used in the record, because this reverb that I have sets up fades out after a while. So boom, we're gonna use this 100% mix. 630. Let's get that timing right. 60,000 divided by 95 divided by 631. What a big reverb. So we're gonna leave that, and we can fade it in and out anyway. So because it's just an effect. And let's just leave a tail. Record that. Do that again. Record that. And I guess I did something wrong because that did not record. Send this there. Reverse reverb is not here. All right. Try that again. Let's go. We can take this one knob off. Unsolo everything. Hide these, because we don't need it. Reverse this back. Ain't gonna lie, my computer fake moving slow right now. But we do have a lot of processing on this song. Alright, and then we have a reverse reverb. So let's see how that sounds.
Corner.
Like that. Let's have it fade out. Turn it down a little bit.
Corner. 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 Corner.
Turn that down. Maybe the one might not pump, might be alright.
Corner.
Definitely gotta fix the time. So 132 maybe. No, definitely not that. I think it's 1/8 I'm going after. No, it's not. It was definitely 116.
Corner.
I don't need this. Take this out.
Corner.
And I don't like where it's at, so we're gonna send it to the lead bus too, so it can sound the same.
Corner. Corner. You can never back a shorty. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
All right, now let's start adding some delay throws. How am I gonna process this? We're gonna make this delay throws. We're gonna just leave the name because I already know what I'm trying to do anyway. But what I'm gonna do is this entire track, I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna send this to the half delay. This is gonna be our delay. Gonna make this mute it because we already have the vocal that we need right here. So now we're just gonna unmute the parts or drag down the parts that we want to delay. Let me set up the right delay. Good boy, 1/4. We good.
Corner.
I like that. Let's do that.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner.
All right. Corner again. We want that. We just gonna go through the entire song and delay parts that we want.
Into a corner. Forward.
I might keep this.
She on informer.
Just want the former.
She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh,
all right.
Like a switchblade. Oh,
switchblade. Oh, I'm gonna keep switchblade. Oh,
like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, me, but I evade. Oh, you gotta learn how to say no. Oh, someone.
and you don't need it everywhere. You feel me?
Someone can't get this girl. She wanna go all night.
All night. We're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep all night.
Go all night. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade.
Come on.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She on informer. She flip it on you like a switch. On informer.
I don't want it for that. Sounds funny.
She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh,
we'll keep that.
She go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. Multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby multiply. My baby when they multiply, yo. Yeah, she go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby no. Yeah, she go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day. Yeah, she go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day. But my baby know they want to find love. Yeah, she go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day. But my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. Again.
And I actually could process this delay going in to the delay. So whatever sound that I want could be here.
Yeah,
Show
she
you.
go do it. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh,
And let's turn this down way more. I want this to be very subtle.
corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward.
We're gonna send this to the reverb too because I want this to feel big.
Corner.
Yes. My computer is freezing.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do or die, yo. My baby when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She is the one. Yeah, she for. Yeah, she for. Oh, yeah. Hey, baby, mother. Is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She got. Serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. Serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she.
I don't like this. I'm taking this out.
Now monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late.
I'm gonna add some reverb. We're gonna automate some reverb into these ad-libs right here. So we're gonna leave this on mute, and then for this section, we're just gonna turn it up.
One informer, yeah, she former. She
But the long reverb use, but we're trying to change. There we go.
one informer, yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got.
There we go.
One informer, yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for there. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got.
There we go.
Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I did wait. Shuko shaka obi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want go see baby.
add more delays.
Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Forward. Madam boss, spare me that chat. I know so you target me from day one. She fine up. Day one. Me from day one. She fine up, but she always cause confusion. Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite. Hang out with me. Call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so lovely. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me over. You like confetti. Me spread you like confetti. Give me over. Like confetti. Like confetti. Spread you like confetti. Give me over. Yeah, baby, put on your shirt.
That delay, that reverb, that double, we're gonna add some more reverb to this.
Give me overload. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your shirt. Me make her overdose. Oh, she want to act like she no real.
We're gonna tame the highs a little bit, just a little bit too much sizzle. Add more delays.
Yeah, help someone. Someone can get this girl. She want go all night. Go all night. Go all night. She want go all night. Long, but I don't get energy.
Okay, I see what the problem is. Let me make this active. We're good.
Corner.
Let's get it.
Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She want me from day one. She fine up, but she me from day one. She fine up, but she always cause confusion. Like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so lovely. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put a
Turn this one. Let me turn this delay up a little bit for this.
give me overload. Yeah, give me overload. Yeah, baby, give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your shirt, me make her overdose. Oh, she want to act like she no really like me, but she want that. Well, spicy, icy. If you want to follow me, I make it hard to find me. Shabby, you be my shadow. Like me Siamese, yeah. Help someone. Someone can get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do a day, yeah.
For those 1/2 delays, I want to turn the feedback up a little bit more.
Give me girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy.
And let me go into the DJ. Let me go to studio two.
Girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get.
Okay, I think I know what's going on. We'll go back to distress. Go back. Let me go back if I can. Go back to distress, but it's not staying because I don't have saturator on this. Do I want to use decapitator or lo-fi? Let's try lo-fi. A little bit less computer heavy anyway. CPU heavy. Me.
Girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do it. Girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get.
I know what's going on. Let's turn this up. Let's turn the pre all the way up and control the volume over here.
Girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do it day, yeah. Girl, she want go all night,
So we can put that feedback up.
Girl, she want go all night, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do it day, yeah. Girl, she want go all night baby want to multiply you. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. Yeah, yeah. My baby want to multiply you. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
All right. So those are some delays just to give a little bit of feeling to the record. I don't want to do too much, so we'll listen to it from the top, and then we'll probably do like some mix bus processing to get everything good. But I think the delays that we have is good. I'll listen to it one more time and see if there's anything that I do want to add to spice the song up. But I think that should be valid. Let's just start adding like the parallel compression for the main vocals.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh. Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long.
Let me add more reverb to this delay.
Blade, oh. She want to lock me, but I evade, oh. You got to learn how to say no, oh.
More. I need more.
Someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. Corner. You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I
think that delay somehow got changed. I don't want it to be one. I want it to be 1/4 instead.
Corner.
Better.
You can never back a shorty into a corner. Former. She an informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do a day, yeah. My baby when they multiply you. How they hit it all night.
All right, something's competing there with the background vocals.
My baby when they
baby want to multiply you. She go do what I you. She go do what I you. She go do what I you.
Okay, let's just EQ this a little bit more because it's competing.
She go do what I you. 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 Baby want to multiply. She go do what I you. She go do what I you. She go do what I you. She go do what I you.
my baby when they multiply you. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. My baby when they multiply you. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love. My baby when they multiply you. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one.
Let's give him that same reverb to start his verse too.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. Cheat your banana, monkey be one.
So let's bring back our reverb. And I know you're probably asking how I don't get lost in what I'm doing, but I've been using like this template, not the same exact template, but I've been using something similar to this template for a long time for me. And this is just here just to get me going. You feel me? Like I oftentimes when it start getting too much, I'll start muting stuff. I'll start taking stuff out. You feel me? Things that I don't use, especially if it's going to be a session that I'm going to send to somebody. I'm definitely gonna like cut stuff out for me, just so they don't get confused, because I know it looks like a lot is going on for me. So we don't need all of these blinding me for me, making it like too much is going on. We don't need this to hide that for me. It's always stuff that we can hide just to make the session a little shorter, but I just need it there when I'm starting off, just to get me closer to my end goal as fast as possible. All right, so bet.
A girl I can't trust.
What was I about to do? The beginning of his verse, we're gonna add a reverb too. Our print is right here. So boom. Show. Let's make this active real quick. Bring this up. Reverse it. Boom, and then we could print it the same way. Give us some little space. Should be good. Reverse this again. Then we can mute these. Take these solos off, but we can mute these. Boom. Got a reverse reverb. Easy, simple. Now let's move this up. Move this up a little bit. Got it before his verse start.
Chicho banana monkey be one. Chicho banana monkey be. Chicho banana monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one in. Chicho banana monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Early mama said.
One of these ad-libs I really want to take out. Not gonna lie, even though you're not really supposed to do this when the kind of artist, but it just throwing me off. Let me see.
A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that Swiss serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she.
This one just gotta go.
Serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Early mama said, bonjour mademoiselle. Look, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I did wait. Shuku shaka ubi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Cecilia carry body, she be me I want. I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body. I just see from my vision, television.
Make this wider.
Show me more. This your body, your body. I just see clearly from my vision, television, from my vision.
Let me see if I could turn this up to just this half.
I'ma give me love. Touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. This your body, your body. I just see clearly from my vision, television.
Madam boss, spare me that chance, and I know so you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion, like she be Boko Haram, call her hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry. She gon' get it if she keep looking so lovely. Let me spread you like confetti. Give me overload. Yeah, baby, put on your show me, make her overdose. Oh, she want to act like she not really like me, but she want that. Well, spicy, icy. If you want to follow me, I make it hard to find me. Baby, you be my shadow, like we Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Help someone. Yeah, help someone.
See, for this one, I want a different delay, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna duplicate this track. Don't worry about the delay times because I'm not using these specific delay times that I'm sending the bus to. I just have them saved there for delay sends. We're gonna send this to 1/8 delay, right? Same pre. We're gonna delete all of this.
Like me Siamese.
I'm gonna send this right here, and then we're just gonna change the delay on the 1/8 to 1 second because I just want that for this delay.
Like me Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone can get it.
Exactly. Simple. Same reverb, same lo-fi. Shit, same settings if I want. Let's just make this 1 second. Yeah.
Like me Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Help someone. Shadow, like me Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone can get.
Slow, too slow.
Shadow, like me Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone. Shadow.
Something changed. I don't understand why. Let's try this one more time.
Shadow, like me Siamese. Yeah, help someone. Someone can get this girl. She want go all night.
Just add a new echo boy there.
Yeah,
Oh, I see
help
it.
someone.
I duplicated it by accident.
Yeah, help someone. Someone. Yeah, help someone. Someone can get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get any. Help someone. Someone can.
We could turn this down even more.
Help someone. Someone can get this girl. Help someone. Help someone. Help someone. Someone can get. Help someone. Help someone. Someone can get this girl. She want go all night.
All right, bet. So I like all the effects that we have. All the effects, I feel like it sound good. The song really sounds complete in terms of effects wise. I like where everything is. What we're gonna do now is what we usually do at like the ending stages. Final touches, make sure nothing is competing for real. Just go through every single sound and we're just gonna do some mix bus processing to make sure that everything is glued together and we are Gucci. So let's get it. Start top to bottom. Might move this sample to the left. There's more space there. let's start multiband compressing. I think everything sounds good. Let's start not multiband compressing. Let's start mix bus processing. So all these drums right here, I think what we can do is we can compress a little bit more.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, she go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumika, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no finger enough.
What we're gonna do is, instead of doing that, what we're gonna do is control the low end of things. For me, we have this preset here just to control the low end. Let me bypass these first.
Someone she go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumika, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily, I carry body, she beat me around. Mama give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body on, body on, body on. I did see her clearly from my vision now, television now.
Someone can't get
It's getting a little bit too mushy. Let's do something. Ozone. Let's do this.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, she go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one, a girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she former, she carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello, carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Shuku shaka, obi shumika, Ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Sicily, I carry body, she beat me around. Mama give me love.
All right, let's start. I might mute this, but let's start EQing on a overall mix bus level. I feel like it's some parts that are a little bit muddy. I've cleaned up in the mix, but we could just get a little bit of clarity by just EQing up all the build up that's in the song. You feel me? So let's do it.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, but
Get some pain frequency out of there too.
This girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby, when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let.
Let's see. We're gonna leave this shelf here. Put it back to 0. Just add another frequency. This harshness right here, we're gonna get it out of here. And you notice, like, for this mid-side EQ that I'm doing is very, very subtle. You feel me? I don't want to do too much to mess up the record. You feel me? So I'm just doing subtle changes of build-up spots that I don't like.
Wait. Chuku shaka obi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want go see baby my toy. She won't give me love, we are no fingers enough. Cecily I carry body, she beat me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more.
Alright, let's control this low end too. Probably like we're gonna leave this actually here the same. Let's add another frequency. In this 200 range, probably some low mod. We don't want to lose power though, because that's where we get a lot of power from in the record. Right here, just too much going on, so we're gonna take a little bit out. So let's hear it before and after.
Someone can't get this girl, she want go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, yo. My baby, when they multiply, yo. How they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Love, we are no fingers enough. Cecily I carry body, she beat me around. I'ma give me love, touch me more, fuck me more, show me more. Use your body on. I just see her clearly from my vision now, television now.
Madam boss, spare me that chance, and I know say you target me from day one. She fine now, but she always cause confusion, like she be Boko Haram, gonna hang out with me. She won't bite me like strawberry, she gon' get it if she keep looking so low belly.
Yeah, she former. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mademoiselle. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late. I did wait. Chuku shaka obi shumi.
It's just to bring the vocal up in the mix a little bit.
Someone
And one thing we're gonna do, I like how this mix sounds. I think this mix is valid. I think we're good. We're not gonna do too much. I don't want to change up this record too much, especially on my ears right now. Been listening to this for a while. So one thing I do want to do is that I'm gonna process on this all music channel. I have a parallel processing that we're gonna process for the entire record for me. So we're gonna turn this on. So basically I'm parallel compressing the entire song and then blending that in. Feel me? Where is this going to? Mix bus PL comp right here. Just a lo-fi, a J37, and an SSL comp.
Someone can't get this girl, she wanna go all night long, but I don't get energy, yeah. She go do a day, my baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait.
Where's my all leads bus? I don't think we need this EQ right here. All right, bet. So we're good. A lot of the other tweaks that we're gonna do would be obviously for like mastering purposes once we listen to the record again on fresh and new ears. I like how this sound, and like always, what I will do is I'm gonna throw in this ozone just to hear how a pre-mastered version would sound. You feel me? And then we're good. So let's listen to that from the top. Boom, 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 boom. And let's get a listen to this.
Back and shot it into a corner. Former. She on informer. She flip it on you like a switchblade. Oh, she want to lock me, but I evade. Oh, you got to learn how to say no. Oh, someone can't get this girl. She want go all night long, but I don't get energy. Yeah. She go do a day. My baby when they multiply, how they hit it all night and day, but my baby know they want to find love.
Cheat your banana, monkey be one. A girl I can't trust, this a girl I can't let in. Can't believe that sweet serenade is the one informer. Yeah, she informer. She carry me for yeah, scatter me for day. Ellie mama safe, bonjour mama say hello. Carry she got there. Where you did, don't be late, that they wait. Chuku shaka ubi shumiga ali my boy. Come and patch me up, I want to see baby